Do you have any questions about that, or did you think that we were claiming a disk in space, or do you have any
No,
evidence
I
of?
don't think that you were. I don't think that you were claiming a disk in space. I think that that's very ignorant to say. Like I said before, I didn't really come here to push back. I'm just curious about how you guys view the world.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Yeah,
I'd like
look, a
to
lot of people that
know a
come in
little
here,
bit
right?
about that.
Yeah, a lot of people do think that we claim a disk in space, which is ridiculous, right? Because when you type flat Earth in to like YouTube or Google and hit images or anything like that, right, you see a whole bunch of disks in space, which is just propaganda,
Right.
or just
Yep.
images made by the media and things like that, right? Just a presupposition of what people think flat earthers claim.
Part of the problem with me presenting some of these studies is that I don't even think some of the publishers of these studies, now that I'm looking at them, are even all that credible, like Nature.
Yeah, a lot of the evidence behind the globe, right, you'll find it's all based off assumptions, right? Not testing the core
Right.
claims, right, behind the globe mathematics, right? Like they'll just pre-assume that the Earth's a globe, and then they'll do some calculations based off those presuppositions, and then go from there, right? Like the Eratosthenes, right? Like if you type in who measured the Earth to be a globe first, right, it'll come up as the top result on Google. Eratosthenes did it, right? But if you have a look into what he actually did, he didn't actually measure the Earth at all, right? He already assumed the Earth was a globe, and then he made a whole bunch of assumptions and then just did his calculations based off those assumptions.
Right.
So quite a lot of these things from the globe side are exactly that, right? Just calculations based off assumptions, not actually testing the core variables in the mathematic, like in the formulas and the equations that they're using to get the results. But yeah, we have a stack of really, really high quality long distance observations, laser tests, things like that, right? That we can show you that are impossible on a globe, right? And they've been repeated over and over again, right? Many of these have been done by professionals in the field as well, right? Like field engineers, people with PhDs, right? Using very expensive equipment, right? Not that you need to have those degrees or have the really expensive equipment to be able to perform these tests. But I'm just letting you know that they have been done over and over
And
again.
that was one of my concerns, right? Is that I don't have the equipment that they have, but now that I'm seeing some of these tests, one of them is just a camera. Um,
Yeah, look, it can be very simple to
the
test things,
normal
right?
stuff
Like,
you can do.
yeah, I mean, you can just use a camera in certain situations. I mean, like they tell us very specific details about the globe, right? They say it has a radius of 3,959 miles. That means there's certain things that have to go along with that, right? Certain characteristics like a geometric horizon line at a specific distance away from you, right? Like I was taught at school that the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall, standing at the beach, right? And that ships will go over the horizon at 3 miles, right? Anything that goes beyond that 3 mile horizon line will start to be obstructed behind the physical Earth curvature, right? So you can go find a large body of water with some distance markers, right? And you can start doing different tests to try to find this geometric horizon that must be there on a globe.
Right.
Or, for
And
example,
one of the
can work
things that
out
I'm
that,
even looking at
uh-huh.
is
So,
the Bedford level experiment, where even in the experiment, it's reported that the vessel remained in his view for the full 6 miles. Whereas, had the water surface been curved at the accepted circumference of a spherical Earth, the top of the mast should have been some 11 feet below his line of sight. So, these are things to consider. Definitely.
Yeah, there are also variables that don't get accounted for in some situations, right? Like if someone is doing an observation and they're claiming a geometric horizon in that observation, right? They need to account for all the different variables that may be present.
Right. That's true.
But what we're talking about, for example, is setting up a camera at, say, 1 foot off the surface
Right.
of a large body of water, right? And then from that height, right, the horizon should just be at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height, right, according to the globe math, right? But we're able to see huge distances, right, like 1,000% further than you would be able to see, right? We're not finding this geometric horizon. In fact, we can see the horizon over 10 times further away. 20 times further away in some observations, right? Just depends how clear the day is. But this has been repeated over and over again, right? We cannot find this geometric horizon and we can't find the drop over distance that must be there, right? Because most people from the globe side, they don't really know. They've been taught that, oh, the Earth's so big, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature. You wouldn't be able to detect any because we're so tiny, right? But over a 10-mile distance on a globe, there would have to be 66 foot of drop over that distance.
Right.
Yeah, Jedi's just put a good example in the side chat there. Right. This is a good example because we have some oil platforms. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, right. So this is off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, and this was done late in the afternoon when the conditions were nice and cool. Right. So what we have here is a horizon test, right? This is testing for the globe horizon, the geometric horizon. Okay, so the observer height is 8 foot. Right, he's just a few meters up the beach, right, and he's approximately 8 foot off the surface of the water. His height that he's doing the observation from, right, and then we have the oil platforms, which we know the distances to. Right, the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10 miles away from the shoreline. Right, the one in front of it is called Platform Hill House, and that's about 6 miles away. Right, so what we can tell in this observation is that the horizon is behind the oil platforms, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so once again, we can do the math from the globe side, and you can work out that the horizon on the globe has to be at 3.46 miles, right? Halfway to the first oil platform,
Right.
basically. Right, so there is no type of explanation that makes any logical sense or that's repeatable or citable, right, to explain these types of observations. We're seeing magnitudes further than you could possibly see on a globe.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider. I do have an appointment in a minute, but I can come back right after that if you guys are still around.
Yeah, man, we're always around.
Yeah, no problem.
Come back anytime, dude.
I'll send you a
Always
friend
someone here.
so that we can keep in touch. But
Yep, I accepted it.
yeah, I just starred that image that you sent, Jedi.
Yeah, so that's just a GIF taken from a full-length high-definition video. So when you come back, I can send you the full video, right? We can go over different observations that have been done from that location. And,
Yeah.
right, so we've had this repeated on different days from different observer heights, right? And then in completely different locations, right? So we can do it under different weather conditions and things like that. So there's a ton of stuff to go over.
All right. Well, thanks, gentlemen, for your time, and I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back.
All right, man. Have a good appointment. Talk to you soon.
You and your hostility crit. I don't know, man. I don't know what we're gonna do with you. kidding, of course, man. Just one of the most chillest people I've ever met. I'm just flabbergasted when people say that you sound hostile.
Yeah. I was like, what? Like, I couldn't work out who he was talking about. I'm like, who's hostile?
Yeah, I was looking around. I was like, Matrix isn't here. What's going?
It's the era of the snowflakes.
Right. Yeah.
A good video that you just put up there, T-Dub. Steal that one.
Yeah, it's a beauty, isn't it? I just found that in long distance observations. I
Yeah.
haven't browsed through the info channels on the home server for a while. I kind of need to keep up to date with it all because, because no doubt, like, it's just going to keep getting added to, isn't it? Because more and more people are going to be going out and doing more and more observations, right? It's not like it's all just stopped and come to a halt. Oh, well, no, there's still people coming into this and saying, well, I'm going to go out and make my own observations. And then they record it and publish it, share it. It's always good to have just the more the more of it we have, the better, Just think that's if we can just inundate them, just flood them, with with stuff like that. Eventually, it just can't be ignored. Uh, how many examples of seeing too far does it take to make a ball? Everyone, have to speak.
Hello?
What up, DJ? Why are you so afraid of me, dog?
Dude, you're just a toxic pain in the ass, right? One time you pissed me off. I said, dude, you're just gonna get banned on site from now on,
It's
right?
just the internet, dog. I'm sure
what I
you'll be
did.
all right, unless you really are super sensitive.
No, it's just you, dude, right? You're just a toxic pain in the ass, right? So you can, when I see you, I get rid of you. Simple as that. Just like this.
Bye.
Yeah, no listening either.
Did I walk into silence? It appears so. Zabin Brothers. Even find that curve? Drop over distance? Asking for a friend.
Asking for it. Like the guy earlier.
I like that little post Booger Earth sporadic E. That's some good stuff right there. So, hey. Got any Globers in this? Anybody want to talk about anything about the spheroid? Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Come on, man. We ain't got no global evidence. Come on, man. We just sit here throwing gifts all day. Come on, man. Come on, man. CC, we got somebody up in the chat called Call a Man. Call a Man? Ultimate FE final boss. Ooh, what's that about?
Hey, Killian, how are you doing? You good?
Very well, thank you, brother. How you doing today?
Yeah, doing excellent.
I love the name.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I normally have work, but this Saturday just gone. It wasn't busy, so I didn't have work. So I was off Saturday and Sunday. I was just chilling.
Nice.
I don't really go out no more and spend money. I mean, like the state of London in so far is really bad.
Huh.
I tend not to hang around with like large groups of people. All it takes is like one person to start some problem, and then if you don't join in, they all start like blaming you, saying, like, "Oh, you're this, you're that." So I tend to ride solo.
Yep. Keep your nose out of trouble, brother.
Yeah, I'm not with that game no more. Like getting in trouble, doing the fighting. Well, what's the point? You're gonna get arrested and then waste your time in jail, and then when you could be making money, like what's the point?
Very well said.
I'd rather stay out away from these people who make trouble, and then stay away from any criminal behavior. Like people can get you in trouble, so I don't really bother hanging around with them.
Who said Earth is flat? Earth is round, bro.
Earth is flat
Nah, it is not, bro. Please.
because
Brother Harambe, how are you, brother?
No, I'm not Arabic.
Excuse me?
I'm good, by the way. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. How's that witch hat treating you?
What?
How's that witch hat treating you?
Bro, it's not my profile picture, man. I just found it in the internet. It's not me.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not me, dog. I just found it in the internet and put it in as my PFP.
Gotcha. So, why do you think the Earth is a globe, brother?
Yeah, bro. Like this. The channel name is 24/7 flat.discord. So I thought someone will be telling us it's flat. But I guess.
Yeah. Do you have something different, you think?
Earth is round.
How do you know this? Who told you that?
So it's factually proved.
I want to know how they proved it. What is your evidence of proof, brother?
So like there are so many fucking proofs. I've done many
Give me
episodes
one.
of it.
Give me one. Stop being emotional and just give me one piece of evidence that we can talk about.
Alright, wait. Bro, Earth's curvature is observable, man.
How?
This is right.
Show me. Tell me. Demonstrate it.
Bro, you know, like the images from weather balloons, and when you go
Yes.
at very, very top hills, you can see the curvature.
Okay, so you want to point at pictures to say pictures prove the Earth is in fact curved. Is that correct?
Bro, like,
Stop calling me
tell me
bro.
you.
Stop calling me bro. You and I are bros. Okay, you think it's a globe. I think it's flat. We're not bros. So I want to know from you
It's a globe.
how. Your pictures from space tell us that the upside down people exist. How does this work? I want to know.
Bro, if Earth was flat, gravity would pull everything toward the center of the disk, bro. And
Whoa,
it will cause very.
if Earth was flat, gravity would pull everything to the center. That's right?
Yeah.
He's thinking of like a flat disk in space, I think.
Uh-oh. Yeah, no. We're not on a disc, mate.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Society brainwashed so many people, and they seem to get this idea that flat Earth is a disc floating in space, which is absolutely delusional. I don't get it.
Yeah. There are so many stupid people in this voice chat saying Earth is flat. Everyone is talking in
I
chat.
don't think you understand the flat Earth arguments, right? If you think it's a disk in space, you need to learn what the actual arguments are, right? And then use that information, right, to try to debunk it if you think it's a globe. But not straw man us with like something we don't claim, right? We also agree that a disk in space is dumb, right? That couldn't possibly work, and anyone that thinks that would be silly. But no flat earthers claim that it's a flat disk in space.
How did it
You
end
see-
with Ricardo?
Have a look in the side chat, dude. Right? So this is not flat Earth, right? So these are the images you'll see when you type flat Earth in to like Google or something like that, right? That's not created by flat earthers. No flat earthers claim that.
He held it end with Ricardo.
Bro, this guy is saying gravity isn't real.
What do you think gravity is, right? So you understand about the disk in space thing, right? Being not what we claim.
Gravity is the force that pulls every like object.
Did you, hey, Harambe, right? Can you hear my voice? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Did you hear the words? Did you hear the words I said? What did I tell you?
But
Were you listening to me speaking? This is hard work, bro. Hard work having a conversation with you. Why are you making it difficult?
fucking now, Earth is a triangle, bro. Earth is not even flat. It's a triangle.
Triangles are flat.
That's a triangle. It's a,
Yeah, triangle that's been bulged out of the center.
Triangles are flat.
It's an ellipse shape, bro. Ellipse.
Do you think
It's
the moon
not
is shaped?
round. It's not flat. It's ellipse shape.
Harambe,
Get this troll out of here.
do you think flat is a shape? Earth is not a triangle. I mean, Earth is not a flat. It's a triangle.
I have to go. I have to go take a poop on the beach.
Earth is not flat. It is a shape that is flat. What the fuck, man?
All right then. So how did it end with Ritardo guy? I like peer-reviewed papers. Did it figure out
Good.
what happened?
Actually, yeah, no, we had a good conversation with him. He had to go to an appointment. He's going to come back and go over more long distance observations.
Okay, that's surprising.
Yeah, I was surprised as well.
Well, good thing I stepped back because we were not vibing.
You and all your hostility.
You're too hostile, Crit.
You need some anger management or something.
Snowflake generation, Crit. You have to be careful. Can hurt
Go
their
around their
feelings.
feelings. Yeah, really.
I've seen it a couple of times now. Like where Chris just chill and he's just talking away, and they're like, "You're angry at me? Stop yelling at me!" It's like, what the fuck?
What happened? Did he leave? Did I lose him?
Yeah, he burned out. He flamed out. Earth a
That's so funny.
triangle.
I thought it was a cube.
Yeah, he tried to make a joke, but I think he realized how dumb it was and he just left out of embarrassment for himself.
I definitely threw him up in the air. Like, hopefully gravity doesn't pull him down too fast. Can I see a flat Earth depiction? Oh my, it's so good.
Holy shit, that's easy. He pulls that in text chat. I got one
Yeah,
Ryan
bro.
Hopper.
Walk outside and open your eyeballs. Go up to the side of a building. Oh my.
There you go. Right there. Easy.
And that is many depictions of reality. Oh my. Well done, Crit.
Divine?
You there, Blood? Blood Thick, are you there?
Yes, mate. Bit noisy here for me though.
So, did you think about anything that we said this morning? Did anything sink in?
Sink in. Well, what
Yeah.
were you saying about me this morning?
Oh, like I thought maybe you're here. Well, you were here. Maybe you were AFK. Like one of your buddies came in to try to advocate for you.
One of my buddies. Who's my buddy?
I didn't look at his name. I'd have to go back and listen to the live stream. Just some guy said that he's been friends with you for years and didn't know why
Years?
you're muted.
Someone's been friends with me for years.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, mate.
All right, maybe just go back and listen to the live stream. It was like I don't know, was it like 2
Oh,
hours
mate,
ago,
mate.
maybe?
I'll put it on the list.
A lot there?
Yeah, just go back and listen and see what you think.
No, I'm not. I'm busy, mate. If you want to tell me his name, that's great.
Yeah, I didn't really look. I'd have to. I'm not sure.
No worries. Not going to pick up then. Okay.
Oh, it's like an hour ago. Like about exactly an hour ago. Oh, no, like an hour and a half. Was it Makeshift Grumpy? Oh, no, I guess that wasn't him because he wasn't typing in text chat.
Yeah, no, I can't remember his name. No, I can't remember.
Well, I forgot. Yeah, Earth is flat. Yes. Yeah, does anyone talk here? Is it only me? All right, fucking living around me.
What do you say?
Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, Earth is flat. Yeah, because there's no such thing as curvature. You need curvature for the
bro.
globe. You need
Or this,
curvature for the globe.
or this triangle with the bulge on it, like it has a dick and it got a boner, and it has a bulge in a triangle shape. You got me? Triangular Earth, man. You got me? The bulge.
No, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Earth is a triangle with a bulge in the middle of it.
Well, can you prove it? Can you prove it's a triangle?
Yeah, bro. It is a triangle.
No, but if you can't prove it, yeah, then it's not a triangle, is it? You have to prove it and demonstrate it.
Can you prove it is fucking flat? Can you prove it? Can you prove it?
Yeah, laser beam. Laser beam proved Earth is flat because it hit the target at 10 miles, which should be 66 foot of drop at 10 miles. If it was 20 miles, it would be 266 foot. If it's at 30 miles, yeah.
Keep yapping, bro. Keep yapping. Keep yapping.
Do you understand what I say?
Keep yapping, bro. Keep yapping. I'm hearing you.
It's not a bab. It's not babbing.
Yeah. Bro, like, what? There are many people saying Earth is flat. The light rays.
Yeah, I would post some pictures. I would post some pictures for you, but I can't at the moment because I'm driving.
Oh, all right. अरे उल्टे सूरज ढलते देखे साथ सुनो.
Yeah, are you familiar with the Earth curve calculator?
But I don't think Earth is flat, to be honest.
No, because Earth is flat because you experience flat Earth every day. You never ever experience a globe Earth because if it was a globe, there'll be curvature and drop over distance. You never experience curvature. Therefore, Earth is not a globe.
If Earth was flat, like every water will go down. Every water will spool at the edge of the.
Yeah, but have you ever seen that? Be honest. Have you ever seen that? What you just said?
I haven't seen that because Earth is round, not flat.
So how can you say that happens then?
But just think about it, bro. Like if Earth is flat, then every.
Every what?
Sorry. Wait. I've been waiting. Wait.
So here on Earth, you think because the Earth is a globe, yeah. So you think here on Earth there is people upside down? Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, Earth is a globe, but the gravity and other forces acting on it make normal.
Dude, you did not answer my question. You did not answer my question. You said Earth is a globe, yeah? Then I asked you a question. Is there people here on Earth that are upside down? Yes or no? The question is yes or no. Is there people here upside down? Yes or no? Yeah, don't worry, I wait.
Nah. Nah, there are like I think I wanna
Hey, Lat,
quit smoking.
how are we doing? You want to join in the conversation?
I'm chilling, bro. I'm listening to you, doing a great job right now.
He didn't even answer my question. It's so simple. It's a yes or no question. He says that the Earth is a globe. He's asking me, yeah. I didn't ask him, is there people upside down here on Earth? Yes or no? And he couldn't answer it.
Oh, I know it's a hard question to answer. Well, for their side, anyway.
Yeah. But yes.
Yeah. Like, yes, they are, or like, yeah. You're just yeah, and agreeing with what we're saying.
This conversation is funny, man.
I
Can't
mean, I just
answer
barely.
simple questions. Can't answer simple questions.
Oh, yeah, you're doing
Look,
good.
let me tell you something, yeah? You need to answer simple questions. That's how you progress. That's how you become more intelligent, more... Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get it. Flat Earth is epic for intelligence. Flat Earth or rapping about intelligence is some next level already. For intelligent working.
difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance. And you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. This is the type of person that you get.
Program.
Who's been arguing this for years but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature, so they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
I would just like to kind of just bring it back to
Please don't laugh. It's actually
kind of just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago. I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Baim in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Then
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
and then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
Galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any. You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, the set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. If you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Such an interesting point.
Sorry guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live streams. This guy called Space Croaker. Welcome to our live stream, Space.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want to answers to, now would be the time to ask.
Hi.
Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi. Yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to, or here, I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discovering that the Earth was flat? And I'm asking because I was in a Discord with Geo, and all I really know about it is from the documentary that I've seen on Netflix. And he pointed out that the information in that documentary is pretty biased. So I just kind of wanted to understand more about, I guess, why the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Why the Earth is flat? Well,
or kind of like what, yeah.
The evidence for the Earth being flat. So the water, 71% of the Earth's surface, is observed and measured to be level. There's no curvature to the Earth, especially over water. So if there's no curve where it should be mathematically and predictably, it's not a ball. So that's the main piece of evidence, because you need a ball for everything to start moving and spinning and to live on. And it's not observed, it's not measured, and it's not practically used.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome
How... What else?
If we could find the curvature, we would probably know from flat earthers. We've all looked. There's been a lot of people, a lot of different tests. Laser tests, long distance observations, geometric calculations that don't make sense. There's just a lot of solid, real evidence that supports that the Earth is measures flat. And
well, there's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence of spin. There's no evidence of a lot of things in a lot of ways they said they explain things to be. There's no evidence of it.
I got one for Space Okra. Is that what you go by? How do you say your name? Your handle?
Oh, it's a Space Quokka. It's this cute little animal.
Okay. So, a Space Quokka. I could basically, my path to the flat Earth is, self-deprecating and very embarrassing. And I say that because I thought I was right because so many other people I believed were wrong. Because I was in the Army for over 10 years. I had multiple combat deployments in support of the global war on terror. After my 4th deployment, I had a friend, a close friend that I actually grew up with, who went to basic training with. And it was part of the troop surge. And we both just happened to get deployed as part of Bush's troop surge. And he got killed. And I basically watched him die. And I left the Army and I joined the anti-war movement because I didn't want our children to be fighting this war. After a politician... Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. So basically, I met someone in the anti-war movement who believed the Earth was flat. And I harped on him, I ripped on him, I tore him apart every day. I called him retarded, and eventually he said to me these 3 words, or basically more than 3 words. He said, if the Earth was a globe, would there be a war? Would there be a global war on terror? And it destroyed it shattered my ego right there. I'm like, hell no. If the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be war at all. There would be enough space for everyone to coexist peacefully. And then from there, I've branched out and I've learned all that the flat Earth, community has taught. And I think it takes a flat smack. This is what I was getting to, Jedi. Sorry for taking too.
It's all right, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, it takes a flat smack to get somebody to understand flat Earth. And for my grandpa, it took me showing them a video of NASA astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. For my dad, it took him to understand that you can't see a full moon during the day. For multiple people, there's some issue. There's always one thing that they hold as a sacred cow. that once they realize that objective truth somehow becomes subjective, if they're able to count in flat Earth as a possibility, they're able to see everything. It's literally swallowing the red pill. I yield back.
Cheers. Thank you for that.
Why do you think, what is gained from that knowledge not being known by everyone? Like, why
Is information power?
Can I?
Okay, that makes sense.
There you go.
Yeah, why do we have a central intelligence agency in the first place if information isn't something they like hold dear? I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, information is power, and you can use that information however you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, buddy, go on, carry on.
Information is supernatural.
Yeah, so I mean, if you understand something somewhat one way, and they understand it another, and you're 100% wrong, but you just don't know it because of what you've been explained the wrong way. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or you're stupid or anything. It's just a different understanding. And they can do it, believe me. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the government, I mean, yeah, some of the people and some of the agencies have our best interest in mind, but some of them don't. So,
I mean, there are instances throughout history. One of my favorites is McCarthyism, where like everything is kind of a lie and everything's based on a lie.
Well, in the way of theoretical physics and theoretical astro and like theoretical space and all the stuff they talk about, it's all theoretical. It's all one man. At the end of the day, most of the scientists are one guy or a group of guys trying to figure something out. So they'll come up with
pseudoscientists,
whatever, and then they'll come up with an idea. You're right. They'll come up with an idea, and then they keep going along with these inferences or instances to build upon more ideas, and the next guy does it, and the next guy does it, just to try to build a Lego block falsehood or theory of how things work. But it's just an idea from a man. I mean, at the end of the day.
I feel like, you know, we know that everything we learn in schools is a lie. We kind of know that it's like training to like be a good yes sir, you know, go out and make Uncle Sam his money and stuff. And they lie to us about all kinds of other stuff. So I kind of feel like if you can trick somebody into believing the world's not really what it is, I mean, you can just ultimately damage their whole perception of things. And then from there, it's just, you can just tear them down from there. If you can get them to believe the biggest lie, they'll believe in the smallest lie.
Not everything is a lie, though.
Right.
Because if everything was not everything is a lie. If everything was a lie, then it'd be too easy. They mix.
I'm not saying that everything is a lie, but we know that they attack our minds with propaganda and world elites, the world leaders, the people that want to control you.
I don't talk to those guys.
But you watch them on TV and YouTube every day.
Well, we hear the shit they put out through school, through the news, through the media.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is the majority of the masses are manipulated. That's all I'm saying.
I tried to get the topic off on information is supernatural, but you guys wouldn't let me. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've got somebody who's joined the server who's really new to the subject, so we're just going through a couple of things with Space Croaker. So yeah, we were talking about that, but ultimately it wasn't leading down that path. But we've got a new guest, guys. So without us monologuing amongst ourselves for the next 20 minutes about something that she wasn't talking about, let's talk about what she was talking about.
What's her point?
Yeah, did say something about, you know, how we know that they lied to us, and that's why I said what I said.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm
completely agree with what you're saying, man. Completely agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
It'll be then someone else, then someone else, and someone else, and by that time, half an hour gone, and poor woman hasn't said anything.
Fair enough.
I heard someone talk about they called it like their flat Earth slap or something along those lines.
Flat smack, yeah. So it's a kind of term, right, where ultimately a very short argument will rip your reality apart. So a piece of flat smacking would be, you know, let's talk about space, for example. very quick flat smack is the entire medium of space can't exist because you can't have gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere of the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum in space. This breaks natural law or ruins the whole heliocentric model. Now, if you understand that and take that as it is said, you've just been flat smacked. Then you can understand from what I've just said that all of your reality that you've been told is a lie.
Okay.
And then it'll go quiet.
Well, everyone's with the flat smack.
Yeah. Plus, none of us have ever, most none of us have ever been anywhere beyond a certain point anyway, or a certain altitude, or a certain height, or none of us have been to a certain region of the Earth. So, I mean, to say, what we know, or, for a fact, a lot of those people, the scientists themselves, don't even know. They just say it.
So the furthest I've been is Mongolia, and that is like a 12-hour time difference. And when we were flying there, they show on the airplane, they had this little TV in the seat in front of you, and it could show you where you were exactly on the Earth, and that was rounded. So what would it really look like then instead?
I mean, was you watching CGI? Most likely, it was just CGI. It would be
like GTA 5, like getting in a plane on GTA 5, flying from one point or one city or one town to the next. I mean, it'd take 12 hours, you add some time in there, 12-hour distance, whatever, and fly to it. It's pretty much the same thing. There's no globe. You don't have to go around it. It's just a flat base. It's pretty simple.
Did you notice the clouds when you was up in the plane? I mean, you could see more miles. Like, you should be able to see curvature from the top of the clouds because you can see so far out. I mean, that's really. I flew twice in my life, and it sold it for me because you never see the clouds curve, because if like I was saying earlier, if the Earth is a sphere, there's constant curve. So eventually, at one point in the world or another, you're going to see some curve, but you don't. I mean, in the clouds, that is. But you never see the clouds curve. They're always stretched out, flat.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I can't really pinpoint seeing the clouds curve. I can't say that I definitely saw that.
Well, how about the plane? Hold on a second. How about the plane flight drop, and how long was the plane flight?
Well, the flight was a 12-hour flight.
Whoa. How fast was it going?
Black clouds.
No,
I have no idea how fast.
Wait a second.
I don't know how fast. It could have been
I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, but it should be dropped. The flight should be dropping, right?
Following the curve.
Right. Even at 1 hour, if the plane's flying at typical cruising speeds like 500 miles an hour, right? If you're flying for 1 hour at 500 miles an hour, how far are you going?
500 miles.
What is the drop, the vertical drop that must be negotiated in 500 miles?
Oh, fuck. That's a lot.
I don't know, but it's 8 inches per mile squared. And I don't have the calculator.
I got the answer. 167,376 feet. So,
how many miles is that?
So that flight, your airplane that's flying level, besides turbulence, must drop, vertical drop. I don't care how it does it. It could do barrel rolls, it could do all kinds of stuff, but it must, on average, drop 2,789 feet every minute. Does that happen?
No, it doesn't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks.
Just to rephrase that, because she might not get that because she's kind of new to the topic, but do you kind of get where he's going with that, Space?
Yes, I do.
If you think about it, if you're flying at level, right, over a globe, and you were never aiming your nose down for the plane to correct for altitude, you would essentially gain altitude if you keep going straight on a ball, right? Just think about it like this.
That, you should see clouds coming over
Just think about it like
that
this.
much distance. Also,
Top notch.
Don't worry about the clouds.
Hold on, sorry everyone. Top notch. I don't know whether you could hear Jose. This happened earlier, so you started talking through Jose whilst he was speaking. I don't know whether you could hear him, buddy. But you might need to sort that out again.
Right. Okay. So like what I was saying is like it's like as simple as like putting a ruler on like a baseball, right? That ruler eventually is not going to touch the ball anymore, and it's going to, the ball's going to drop away from that ruler at some point. So essentially, that distance quantum racer was talking about, I forgot how much feet he said, but it's a lot of feet, man. That's how much the nose should be dropping down in between that distance that you traveled through that time, right? Now we all know that we feel motion, right? When you ascend, descend, So like, if you really think about it, everyone that's flown a plane can honestly say to themselves that the plane flies level and straight, and actually flies with sometimes 3 degrees nose up. That's how it maintains its level. So that's pretty much what the argument's about, that the plane is flying over a plane, a stationary plane, and not a globe.
And the horizon should drop on a ball when you go up to a certain level, but it doesn't. It makes sure it goes up with you.
Yeah, let's just stick with the drop. Let's one at a time. So when you make that,
should drop.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's stick with one at a time. Is when you fly, let's say 11 hours, but that's a long distance, right? Does that flight save for turbulence? Do you drop any amount of feet that you felt?
I don't really remember feeling that.
Right. The flight pretty much stays level, correct?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right. Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
What you'll find, and hopefully you'll stick around in the Discord server for a long time, is these individual arguments, like aeroplanes. We can use aeroplanes in the way that they are built and the way that pilots are taught and all of these different types of things, navigation. Each single one of these things won't be working on a ball that moves and spins underneath the aeroplane. It'll work on a flat stationary Earth, not a ball. So each individual argument, and you probably, you've understood maybe flat Earth has been around for a while. People probably think that they can pull evidence out of their backside, left, right, and centre, and just throw it down. The only thing I'll employ you to do, and you've done it really well so far, so thank you, is ask you questions, give us time to go through the argument with you, and you'll understand, like you just have done, that planes aren't flying around a ball. You just have to start thinking about them critically and logically, and get to the understanding that you can question the reality that you've been sold. I mean, sold.
Yeah, I have a background in Montessori education, and that really encourages asking questions and looking into things further. And I've really appreciated you all taking the time to answer my questions so thoroughly. And I feel like I have a starting base to start to learn more.
Hey, Skorka, I got one more thing for you, just to double back on what I said. So even when I got flat smacked by this question I could not square with reality, I still questioned my own understanding. I said, well, yeah, okay, so what? There's a global war on terror, but the globe is still real. The next thing that put me over the edge is like, why would I, the guy who told me this, lie to you and tell you I think the Earth is a globe? And that's what finally did it for me. If you follow the money, if you follow who would tell you what and why, that's the final nail in the coffin. Do you think I would lie to you to gain nothing from you? I don't know who you are. I might not ever meet you in real life. I'm telling you what I think and what I've come to realize as reality. And I've got nothing to gain from that, only stuff to lose. Where the people in power that perpetuate this globe world, they've got everything to gain by continuing the lie.
Has she seen the Black Swan yet?
No, we haven't even got that far. This conversation's about 10 minutes before you came in, QE, so about half hour old. This is really new stuff for us.
To be honest.
I was just going to suggest that just before you said that.
I think we should start like.
Well, I was going to actually suggest that.
Too many people talking. There's like 4 people with ideas now. Jose, what are you trying to say?
I don't have an idea. I have a request.
I was saying that we should hold off on the Black Swan. I think that's like at least 2 days in here. You kind of have to understand like the math, the horizon, you know, like because even if she understands the Black Swan, she still won't know how to make sense of it, I think. But I could be wrong. You know, I might be misjudging her. But
she's smart enough.
I think I'm capable of understanding information. Yeah,
right, let me try and break this down, if I may. What I'll do is I'll break this down and then I'll hand it over to QE for the actual Black Swan argument. But we are told that we are living on a ball. That ball has got definite dimensions because we know the size of the Earth, right? So ultimately, given these dimensions of the Earth, radius, diameter and circumference, we can use math to figure a few things out about this ball. We can figure out where the horizon is, for example, your placement on the ball, you'll observe a height above the surface of the curved surface. We can figure out how much descent there should be over the curved surface from point A to point B. You being point A, every surface is always descending down and away from you. So point B at distance will always be a calculable rate away. Being as we've got the math of the ball, the calculation from point A to point B over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of drop between point A and point B. After 3 miles, it's 72 inches of drop. And after 10 miles, that's 66 foot of drop. It gets worse, it's exponential, it's a curved surface. Ultimately, being as it's a ball, it's got definite values, the geometric shape, to figure out certain things about our environment. Basically, we should be able to measure the Earth, especially over distances of water, because that's where the most curvature should be found. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and as gravity is doing some magic and pulling everything to the centre of mass, then this is where we should find the convex nature of our Earth. So we should be able to measure it, being as we've got definite dimensions. You understand that, yeah?
To a degree, but I was wondering if you have a figure that goes along with that so I could visualize.
Right, okay. In the live stream voice text one, there's Earth curve calculations going around. It's a shape. It's 2-dimensional in this instance because we're only figuring out drop between point A and point B. So this is 2 lines. So the circle is good enough to represent the sphere. Sphere 3959, radius, circumference 24,901 miles. We've got values, we've got a circle, we know what we can do with pi and shit. We can figure out the drop value between point A and point B over the distance of this ball. The calculation works out to more accurately 7.98 inches per mile squared. But 8 inches per mile squared is roughly good enough. Definitely something we should be able to measure.
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I guide her to the live stream one voice text? I'm not sure if she's familiar about that. But right above this live stream voice, there's a channel called Live Stream One Voice Text. That's where we're posting relevant images to match with what these guys are talking about currently. Just scroll up. It's like the last 3 pictures. You're going to see one that says Curve Calc. You're going to see one that says Bob Eyeball. That's the Black Swan, which we're going to discuss right after. And the one that India just posted is another, observation of how light drop would be, measured and things like that.
You're on a ball, you know how big the ball is. For you, point A, every surface in the way, because relative to you on top of the Earth, that's what's happening for you. You're on top of the ball relative to you, right? So every single surface, the Earth, the water in most instances, right, should be curving down and away at a most definitely calculable rate, because we are told the size of the Earth, geometric shape. Sphere, circle in this instance.
25,000 miles in circumference.
So we've got the math, we can do measurements. Do the measurements fit the math? Does math fit reality? I don't know if you wanted to ask any questions before we carried on.
I'm looking at the graphic right now, but I don't think I have questions at the moment.
Okay, cool. I don't know, John, if you wanted to carry on.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple argument. I like her when she said that, do you have any, solid data points? Yeah, we do. And this is it. This is the argument. It's very short. It's just a modus tollens. if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and that's definitely the radius. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yep, that's P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. In the Black Swan photo, if you are in Voice One text chat, it has Bye-Bye Ball with Quantum Eraser posting it. I just want you to just let me know. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it says Bye-Bye Ball, right? This is the photo. This is called the Black Swan. This photo was taken at 1 foot observer height in Santa Barbara, California. Now, I gave the observer height 5 feet for the argument, but we can disregard the 5 foot because it's actually 1 foot. And we have video evidence to prove that. The max distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles at 5 feet, but actually it should only be 1.22 miles away. You see the problem?
Yes.
This horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. So some people calculate it doesn't matter. We can make it at 10 miles. How can the horizon move from 1.22 miles, 10 times that distance, behind those oil platforms? It's a rhetorical question because it can't. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That's it. That's the argument.
Unless it's larger than the sun.
Movies.
I think it worked out right. Mathematically, it had to be larger than the sun.
Space movies, bro.
Hey, before you guys all jump in, why don't we ask her if she has any questions about it?
Right now I don't. Right now I'm going to keep listening. I'm continuing to look at all the information, and so far, I totally understand what you all are saying.
Hey, Quantum,
Okay.
Selling alien eclipse.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Elijah. I swear we'll get there for you, buddy. I just want to add some more background for this, with this whole horizon, where it is, what we're looking at, right? So we've got maths. We're looking for curvature. Geometric, physical curvature of the Earth is what we're looking for. Because for 3,000 years, we've been told, the Greeks were saying that's the reason why boats disappear the way that they do, from the bottom up. Because they are disappearing over physical blockage, the curve of the Earth. Now, we've had conversations for 5 years, debates, however you want to call them, since the flat Earth has kind of started, all people have been waking up to flat Earth. And this is one of the most common things, because flat Earth claim number one is an observation claim. We observe the Earth to be flat, and doesn't matter the altitude that you gain or the optical equipment that you use, you can see as far as you can see. There's no physical Earth blockage in the way or curvature of the Earth stopping you from seeing as far as you can see, because there's a prediction within the curve model of the Earth, how far you should be able to see something at distance. Eventually that thing would have disappeared underneath the curvature of the Earth, and the physical blockage of the curve of the Earth would stop you from seeing it. Physical obstruction would stop you from seeing it. Long distance observations, and this is just one. The one with Bye-Bye Ball with the oil rigs. This is just one of thousands of long distance observations that supersede the prediction of a curved Earth. Literally, flat Earth claim number one is we see too far. We see things in a distance that are literally directly in front of us. We have a direct line of sight with these lighthouses. Lighthouse, for example, it is there. There is the lighthouse. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, we will or will not be able to see it. We might be able to see more of it, we might be able to see less of it. But light refraction, we're observing through the atmosphere. So that's the argument. It is directly in front of us. The response, or the other argument from the globe Earth, what we have to understand is, for example, the lighthouse at 20 miles away. That is not a lighthouse at 20 miles away. It physically can't be there because of the curve of the Earth. The the math predicts and tells you that it's not there. So that lighthouse that you see is an actual holographic projection. It's looming up through some kind of super looming light refraction from a place where you can't see it because it's been physically blocked to a place that you can now see it, but that lighthouse is not the actual lighthouse. It's an illusion. It's quite easy to understand that when making long distance observations, you have a direct line of sight to that object, the lighthouse, for example, at 20 miles. It's not beyond the curvature of the Earth and then projecting itself up. And every single long distance observation presenting as if the Earth was flat. The Earth is obviously flat. It's observably flat. It's measurably flat too. We'll get around to that in a bit. But this is why the Black Swan is a killer in this argument, because it removes the physical blockage, because the horizon starts jumping around, right? Now, Globers start saying refraction because they've only said it when it was looming up from beyond the physical blockage. Now they're saying it's happening all over the fucking place. It's a very interesting argument. What you have to understand, it destroys the geometric curve of the Earth. It's never been there.
Well, thanks, Jedi and Quantum. I can never enjoy a space fiction movie ever again because...
You're welcome.
I was wondering what the maximum altitude that has been obtained was.
Maximum, I think I can safely say the maximum altitude of an observation of the Earth being flat is 120,000 feet from a high altitude air balloon. We can argue all day with the verifiability of any and all images from above where you can go. Right, high altitude balloons, we would maybe start talking about NASA. But using the right optical equipment, not a fisheye lens, it appears that the Earth still remains flat.
Okay. My other question is, what do you all think about like GPS?
GPS has been around since the Second World War. It's ground-based technology, ground positioning system. It was first known as the RAN and something else. It's basically towers. Yeah, it's basically towers. Yeah, that's the other one. Thank you, John. So yeah, it's basically towers sending out signals, getting pings on boats so they can navigate, and then the technology has been ramped up and used. But basically, it's just towers pinging from one base to another. This is another technology that requires a direct line of sight between masts that say 100 miles apart. They're not going to work on a curved surface.
And just to jump in on this real quick, a grid mapping system literally works on any shape. Triangle, square, cylinder, sphere, flat. You can grid map any object. So it's not just sphere, okay? The sphere does not need to be grid mapped.
You can also get within 10 meters of your exact position by two known points. Right? I've done it with map,
section,
compass, protractor, and a pencil.
This goes back to military training. It's called resection.
Yeah, we're not going to have an hour of military stories, guys. Sorry.
Yep. So,
seize him.
Seize him. There's another problem when you say GPS, because that denotes satellites in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so I think, whilst we're going to be talking about GPS space, you brought GPS up. Remember, we're talking about flat smacking, and I gave you the one about gas pressures about a container. Might be a good idea that we go into that one a little bit more, because at the moment, right, we're not observing and we're not measuring a ball. Most of the evidence for the Earth being a ball will be from this place that we're about to go to that fundamentally can't exist. I don't know, John, do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to carry on?
No, carry on, man. You got this one down, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. So what we're talking about with natural laws happen always. You've got these things and they've got background noise, and I really don't want it right now. So someone's running water and it makes me toilet.
OJ Swanson, there you go. You're good.
Cool, thank you. So what we're talking about is natural laws. Natural laws always happen unless they're stopped from happening, right? That's quite understandable. Second law of thermodynamics, without going into too much energy transfers. hot goes to cold, for example. Hot cup of coffee is going to get cold, right? Entropy. It goes from a ordered state to an unordered state. Air pressure, high air pressure, will disperse into a lower pressure environment, because that's where the busy energy is, right? Where the high gas pressure is. And there's no energy or anything in the space, or where low pressure is. Easy for the energy to flow from one system to another. We're breathing gas pressure. To have gas pressure, to keep gas somewhere, it must be physically contained. If there is no physical barrier between the gas pressure and a space, the gas will fill the space. That's the only way that you can stop gas from going somewhere, is to stop it with a physical barrier, to actually interact with it somehow physically and stop it. So ultimately, when we're told that the Earth is a ball spinning with the gas attached to the surface around in a vacuum, this fundamentally breaks a law of nature, because gas fills space. I don't know if you understand that too well.
I do. I was just wondering, that kind of makes me panic a little. If the Earth isn't in space, then where is it? Like, where are we existing?
I guess that's relatively a good question. It's very simply said, you've always existed on the Earth. I know it's said to be a ball that's travelling around the galaxy and probably came from a Big Bang, because that's the current kind of understanding about where reality came from. But ultimately, you're not going anywhere. The Earth exists where the Earth exists, right? Stationary still. Go on, John.
We're not saying that space doesn't exist. We're saying that the vacuum of space cannot exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation in your face. I mean, it's right on the surface. It doesn't take any research to debunk this. Either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Can I ask you, hey Jedi, does gas need a container to keep it from fucking off?
It does. It does need a container to stop it from fucking off. Sorry, Space?
Because if there's no container, then what happens to the gas?
It fucks off.
It does.
Oh, I got it. So if there's no container.
Hi, I was wondering, on the high altitude balloon, do you know if they recorded a pressure reading or anything like that?
Yeah, it would have been a lower pressure. It would have been a pressure. There would have been gas. It would have been able to press, because there would have been gas there, but it's a lower one. It's just a reading of the gas pressure gradient. It appears that the higher you gain in altitude, and remember you're in a balloon, so you need there to be gas pressure on the outside anyway, right? So, yeah, ultimately it's a gas pressure gradient. It reduces with altitude.
You can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Hey, basically, this is one that goes to Boyle's Law, too. The Red Bull jump said 0.3 atmosphere at his altitude, where he jumped. And he virtually had on a hard-skinned suit, okay? He had on almost like a diver would have to go down past 300 meters. So explain to me how someone leaving the ISS with a point negative, whatever that equals out to, like to the, like Torn or whatever, how
it's
they can
10 to the negative 6. It's 10 to the negative 6 Torn.
Okay, so this guy had a hard-skinned suit where he couldn't barely move for a 1/3 atmosphere condition. So you've got times 6 negative suit, and they have a soft-skinned suit, and they're flying about the ISS at like a Mach 17, and no problem whatsoever. It doesn't add up to reality.
Right. Let's stick with the gas. I understand.
Law.
I understand where you're headed with this, with the ISS. Let's stick just with the gas pressure for right now. But you're right. What FE Jedi is essentially asking you is for you to show a tire pressure without the tire.
Isn't that absolute versus gauge?
Tire pressure without the tire. No, it doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Well, what is gauge pressure?
That's a red herring to this actual argument.
Well, I don't try and get gauge pressure if I pump up the tyre and don't have the rubber tyre bit. Where's the pressure?
The gauge pressure is it's calibrated to atmospheric pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with this argument. My question still stands. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What is gravity?
Hey, what happens if?
There we go.
Hey, Jedi, what happens if there's gas with no container?
It fucks off, man. But hold on, let me take
tickle his fancy.
Yeah, no. Space has done well. She's got round to gravity. Brilliant, Space. Well done. Because it is literally the only thing that could possibly stop gas from fucking off, right? Even though it can't actually even be demonstrated, but within the heliocentric model, it is ding, 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 the first time he said it, gravity that comes to the rescue, where every single demonstration ever when separating two dynamically different pressure systems requires a physical barrier. If you make a vacuum chamber here on Earth, you're going to need to, separate the vacuum from the gas on the outside, the chamber bit, the container. And you have to have varying thicknesses and structures of container to separate higher vacuums from atmospheric pressure. Every single demonstration requires a container, something to separate the two. I'm glad you said gravity, though. You've done right. Because ultimately, it's a piece of magic that is hopefully going to come to the rescue and make the ball that we can't observe or measure still keep spinning through space. Yeah, we get that. Gravity's a massive argument. I'm quite sure lots of people want to have it with you.
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably the biggest one.
Well, gravity doesn't exist right now. We're not going to have that long argument with you today because we already went over the.
I don't want to have that argument today.
We already went over the black swan. That's all right. I have. You said gravity. I say helium balloon.
Hey, stuff 6 is equilibrium. Dude.
Hold on a second. I said helium balloon. Which direction does the helium balloon go when you leave it go on the surface of the Earth?
What is buoyancy?
What is it's the effect? I can answer that.
Okay, so it sounds like Final Jeopardy at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I got Final Jeopardy covered.
Gotcha.
But what is buoyancy? You're just throwing out terms. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the effective density. Where's gravity in it?
I'm not sure what gravity would really have to do with it, but why?
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. When we said gas pressure without a container, you brought up gravity. So what do you think gravity has to do with it? That's what it has to do with it because you just brought it up.
Hey, gravity is one of those forces that's the weakest.
Because it's a force that's acting on all of the particles in the system.
Gravity is not a force.
Right, okay. It sounds like we do have to have the gravity.
Yeah, we're going to have it. Go ahead, Jedi. You're the one.
Okay, so, all right. There's lots of ways that we can start talking about gravity, but fundamentally with this argument, I want you to understand this. Gravity, both ideas, right, have never been scientifically proven. So you can't take something you can't scientifically prove and use it in a demonstration to stop a natural law. You're just not going to be able to do it. I understand what you mean by saying gravity is a force. There's a directionality to nature that Huey has just pointed out. That you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. You drop a rock, it goes down. Up or down, right? We understand that. But ultimately, when we're talking about gravity, it works on a presupposition that the Earth is a ball and space exists. The mass attracting mass that you're talking about, the first idea, so not the current scientific rhetoric, the first idea about it was superseded in 1915, but the mass attracting mass has never been scientifically proven. Newton didn't want anything to do with it. He offered no science for it. The apple that fell from the tree didn't fall until 40 years later. So ultimately, he was trying to come up with a mechanism based on the presupposition the Earth was a ball and space existed because things were going around in the sky. So ultimately, yeah, we can understand the mechanism, and he's trying to apply his presupposed idea to it. Mass attracting mass then comes along with Cavendish and a few other people with a pseudo type of experiment. Again, something that they didn't really want to be associated with, because the magic at a distance throughout this whole narrative was just fucking fundamentally stupid, which is why in 1915 Einstein had to come along, and I say had to, and come up with another idea because the first one wasn't working. The next idea superseded the first. This idea is the bending and warping of space-time, the presuppositional Earth ball of mass sitting in a fabricated reification of space and time and bending and warping it, which is why rocks fall down. But ultimately, the point is, gravity is the thing that makes the ball stick together, because it's all based upon a presupposed ball and space exists. Both ideas, one superseding the other, and the current scientific rhetoric, being the bending and warping of space-time, have never been scientifically proven, i.e. there is no experiment, no proof. And it is most definitely not the thing that's stopping the gas from going into a space, because we've just let a helium balloon go and it goes up.
So mass that accelerates would equal a force. What other would be causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Did you pick it up?
Sure, I picked it up.
Yeah, right. So the rock or anything of a certain heaviness, weight, however you want to describe it, is going to be on the floor. The only way that you're going to be able to remove it from the floor is when you apply your force. All right, so kicking it is like dropping it. It's a force. It's going to go downwards because this is an observable natural law. There is a directionality. The rocks and heavy shit, you've got to pick them up, you drop them, they'll go back down. You make a helium balloon or something that contains a gas that can rise, and it rises. Because all we can do is vary and manipulate the objects in the medium. That'll be the relative density bit, but we don't understand, or we can't scientifically prove why floor's the floor and the sky's up there, and the directionality bit, because it didn't matter where the floor was on a flat Earth, we'd always be asking, why doesn't shit go to the left? There's directionality up and down relative to us in the system we're in. What causes the up and down, we can't scientifically prove. We can just fuck around with the effects within the up and down and the rock and the balls and stuff.
But every force has an equal and opposite reaction. So what's the reaction that takes back the force I input?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's Newtonian laws. They've all been debunked by quantum mechanics.
Oh. Well, I guess I'm not up to date with that then.
Yep.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you said up to date as well, because obviously you can't gravity being a force, and like it hasn't even been described as a force since 1915. And this isn't on you. This is on everyone, right? We all get taught this bollocks, and it's not true. We get taught certain narratives, and it's down to you to do the research and actually find it out. Right, but mass attracting mass, this force of gravity, not even the current scientific rhetoric of today, it hasn't been for over 100 years. Lots of people flog dead horses. It's just, you just think you're right. It's not you.
Not
It's
even
everyone.
measurable. Nobody's measured it.
Is it possible to link me the information about the Newtonian laws being debunked by quantum?
Sure. 1 second.
Awesome. Thank you.
Coming at you right now. Are you in live stream?
Yes, I am.
It'll be with you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
What would the recoil from a gun be?
There you go.
I predict we might have a new flat earther before long.
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys. I didn't have myself on mute. Sorry.
Hey, what about guns? I'm a firearms instructor.
Oh yeah, my
The recoil.
Hold on a second before we jump to another topic. Let's deal with this one right now. The laws of motion of Newton. This is from Richard Feynman. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in behavior of light, and then in behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Is that good? I can scientifically validate that, by the way.
I'll probably give you 10 more if you say not good.
Wasn't that because the current model of quantum physics didn't line up with the Newtonian idea of gravity?
No, I'm sorry. Newton never proposed a scientific theory of gravity. He proposed a law. Natural laws are not scientific.
Why?
Can't follow the scientific method?
But doesn't every action have an equal and opposite reaction? So
Not according... No.
Could you link me that as well, please?
Link you what as well?
Proof of that being violated.
Show me proof of it.
Okay, fair.
Would
a gun work?
Gun. I don't know how many... what's particularly confusing about Richard Feynman saying... and you know who Richard Feynman is, correct?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Space Quacko's boyfriend. I just like to chime in here.
Hello.
Richard Feynman, isn't that about their current understanding or I'm sorry, current models of quantum mechanics?
No, there are no models of quantum mechanics. It's all scientific experiments. Models are reification.
Well, the theories and ideas that are supporting their arguments in general is kind of what I was getting at.
Whose arguments?
Richard Feynman's, and just basically quantum mechanics, like, you know, the work of Stephen Hawking and a lot
Stephen Hawking had nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
Nothing.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
What is his work on virtual particles and like black
virtual particles? What is the that's an oxymoron. Virtual. What's the definition of virtual?
Sets of quantum mechanics. Like that.
What is the definition of virtual, please?
Yes, answer the question.
It gets a little fuzzy here because I'm not really that involved with these topics, but I do know that they did study subsects of quantum mechanics.
No,
yeah.
Hey,
they did.
Boyfriend.
Right or wrong? But
Hawkins tried to square the Big Bang with black hole. That's all he tried to do, and he failed miserably. Which is why he never got a Nobel Peace Prize, never got recognized for any of his books. He died in obscurity. Okay, so he's a failure.
I will
let's get back to the topic. Let's get back to the topic. I can destroy Newtonian mechanics.
Exactly, Newtonian mechanics. Every reaction has an equal and opposite.
I just said okay, not a problem. Let's do an experiment. Let's do the double slit experiment, right? We'll take, let's see, Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Are you ready for the destroying?
Say
yes.
Say yes. Ready.
Not a problem. So we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. How many do we get? We get a big fat zero. And what does that mean? Professor Shankar, chair, professor physics at Yale? That is the end of Newtonian physics. The prosecution rests.
Can I say something? Doesn't Newtonian mechanics rest on the fact of, like basically every equation from Newtonian mechanics rests on the fact of the objects or systems at play having some sort of mass? And isn't it pretty verifiable that light does not contain any mass whatsoever?
No, and I'm not just talking about light. I'm talking about electrons.
Electrons have no mass.
What?
Like
citation, please. And you're going to have to define mass for me. I'm going to get medieval on you.
I will say, I would like to just dial back a little bit to the firearm argument. When I fire,
I bet you would.
In my hand. What is that?
I bet you would. Well, you're already debunked, so you can do firearms all night. You can't skip across the debunking that I just laid at your feet and go to firearms, son.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the night.
It's just terminated.
Been wonderful.
Take your cloak off. Get the fuck out of there. Thank you.
Hey, if you think that boyfriend's going to get you to space, you need to find a new boyfriend.
No, I totally agree. I just genuinely am curious, and he's an engineer and started to listen and then started to have more questions, and then I shouldn't have, but I let him take control of the mic. So I hope you all had fun and it was all good-hearted.
Oh yeah, it was good.
That's great. You're absolutely fine. No worries.
Yeah,
it's like you. It's no problem. But remind him that engineering is not science. You could take that with him.
sorry.
What is science at this point?
Science is anyone who follows the scientific method.
What is the scientific method?
The scientific method is stepwise. There's 4 steps. Oh, I'm sorry. Was he asking me?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. I hear that, John, and I start answering it as well, so sorry if I interrupted you. You take it away.
Yeah, the scientific method has about 7 steps, but 3 are critical. The first one is observe natural phenomena. That's where you get your dependent variable from. Then you go to hypothesis, which has the independent-dependent variable relationship. All science is only focused on cause and effect. Then you go to the experiment, where you have the independent, dependent, and controlled variables are added. That's the scientific method.
I agree with that. I've done work as a test engineer before, and all of that just hits the nail right on the head. You know, I've done experiments where I've followed that exact method, and that's you guys know your stuff on that. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep, good talking to you guys. I'm out too. So FE Jedi, good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Everyone have a good night.
It's been fun.
And stay safe. And thank you for letting me ask questions.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Tell your boyfriend to get his own Discord account.
I do have my own Discord account.
Okay.
Yeah, well, come in here and get voice verified, buddy, and we can have chats whenever you're about.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
This organisation was created a few years before NASA. If these people knew then, when they brought out NASA, the propaganda agency, if they knew then that the Earth was indeed
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
To the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. It's not. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my love. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
Please don't just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm certain. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream. It's flat. feel so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna be screaming up this fire. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's fight. Schoolmaster's lies. The earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric Dubay. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. You get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. Been a wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight, boy. Scientific, all the sick of that bit prolific. Crumble at the dark of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts stepping the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about
about the speed of sound. 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hoping your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Mental judo, be a FP commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay, hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in 3 or 4 hours.
Oh,
all right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it, and they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay.
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones early in the next decade. A set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's minds. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but
okay.
You cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens, Bart Several, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear on the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay.
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer, okay, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the house. Don't get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You'd think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off, because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Look, it's Orion's belt.
Did you know those 3 stars still align with the 3 Great Pyramids of Giza? Egyptologists date them at around 2500 BC.
That's roughly 4,500 years ago. Wow. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
We've been told that the Earth is spinning on its axis and it's hurling us through space at nearly 1,000 miles an hour. And during all that rotation, the Earth is orbiting the Sun on an average of 67,000 miles per hour. Yeah. We've got the Sun, the Earth, and the entire solar system is all still in motion, and it's orbiting the center of the Milky Way at a blazing 504,000 miles per hour.
That's a whole lot of speed going all sorts of directions.
Right, and yet those same 3 stars are still aligned with the same 3 pyramids after all these years.
That's impossible.
Yeah, it is. You've been lied to about where you live, the ground you stand on, your very purpose in life, and who you are as a person. See, the Earth is not a globe spinning around the sun in an infinite vacuum of space. Your feet lie on a flat plane with the firmament over your head. You're not an accident. You're special. And you are at the center of creation.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun, and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on the spirit bar. It makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling